Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone from Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a 9-race card on tap here today and under cloudy skies in town. The main track is labeled fast. We've got a maiden fillies and mares turf mile on that Caesars course, rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. Track announcer John Giudoli taking you through the pre-race show here, Wire to Wire from the racetrack. And just reminding all racing fans, as part of the 9-race card, we've got 8 thoroughbred races, and we're going to wrap up with a quarter horse maiden juvenile, that to close out the card at 6:15. Kickoff at 2:10. I mentioned cloudy skies, but for the official race day forecast for a Tuesday card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, let's check in with Fox 59's The Weather Authority. It's Krista McEnany standing by, Fox 59, for a look at the official race day forecast for a 9-race program here in town. Krista, cloudy skies, temperature-wise, we're in the upper 70-degree range, but how are things looking in the skies above Shelbyville for our racing program here on Tuesday?
Good Tuesday afternoon. It's going to be a warm and a somewhat more humid day as we see temperatures this afternoon into the mid and upper 70s. We will be tracking widely scattered showers moving through during the afternoon and evening hours, so you could get a little bit wet today, but those showers won't stick around as we head through the entirety of your Tuesday.
All right, Krista, we appreciate that forecast. The Weather Authorities. Krista McEnany there at Fox 59 with a look at the weather for today's racing program. As I noted, we've got 9 on tap, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with that quarter horse maiden juvenile at 6:15. Going back to yesterday's card, we had a nice crowd joining us here for Memorial Day, of course. Yesterday, the holiday, a solemn holiday, as we certainly paid respect to all of our fallen heroes, but it was a nice crowd here at the racetrack. We handled over $2.5 million, one of the top 4 handles in the nation yesterday on the holiday. So cheers to our horse players and each and every one of you that joined us here at the track yesterday on Memorial Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On the track, day of doubles on Memorial Day. We had jockeys Fernando de la Cruz, Joe Ramos, both past champions here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with a couple of wins on the card. So too Mitchell Murrill. We saw this year, Indianapolis 500. How about that finish, right? That was close. It's close to the top of the jockey leaderboard here at the track this season. This is May after all. And just really quickly, the jockey standings, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with 14 wins. Then you've got Alberto Burgos with 13. Alberto was the riding champion here back in 2024 at the end of that meet with 81 victories. And then I mentioned Fernando de la Cruz. He was the champion here last season, rode 121 winners to victory here in 2025. Fernando de la Cruz with that riding double yesterday, joining the ranks with 14 wins. Tied at the top of the leaderboard are Fernando de la Cruz and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Mitchell Murrill. He rode his first full season here at the Shoe. Last year, Mitchell Murrill vying for the riding title here this year. He had a couple of wins on Memorial Day Monday, and that's a dozen at the meet for Mitch. So it's really close. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Fernando de la Cruz, they've got 14. Alberto Burgos, a past title holder here with 13 this meet. And after a double yesterday, Mitchell Murrill right with them with 12. It's certainly close to the top of the meet leaderboard here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Well, talking about yesterday's card, Joe Ramos, I mentioned a riding double, and one of those wins was for Danny Simpson, a horse by the name of Face the Future. So congratulations to Joe for getting that victory as we take a look back at it. And it was 2-1 on Face the Future. This was a nice all-the-way winner. Heady ride by Joe Ramos, sending Face the Future right to the front in the sprint. Set a fast pace. Look at those splits. 21.83, a half at 44.53 seconds. And holding sway late was Face the Future, trained by Danny Simpson, by the way, owned by Louis Roussel III. Mr. Louis, a past owner of the Fairgrounds, and Louis Roussel, of course, trainer of the legendary Risen Star, winner of the Preakness Stakes and Belmont Stakes that year. Then was Slag Guy. This was another front end ride by Joe Ramos with his second of the day here on the holiday, winning the 5th race. And again, the fractional times kind of spelled out the story here. 23, just under 24 seconds flat, really, for the opening quarter. Joe slowed it down, 6 ticks over 48. 112 and then some for the 3 quarters, and Sly Guy certainly had more than enough left in the tank to hold sway late. Joe Ramos among those with a riding double on yesterday's Memorial Day holiday card. Those that were joining us here yesterday at the track, by the way, they were greeted to the new gift shop, first floor OTB. you're heading down there, of course, to take part in today's Jockeys Agents Contest. So let's just remind you about that. And if you're picking up your entry blank, if you're joining us here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis Racetrack and Casino, of course, open 24/7 is the casino part of things, first floor OTB. We've got your entry blank for the Jockeys Agent Contest, and right there, check out the new gift shop. Opened up yesterday, made its debut, open again here today. We're racing, of course, with a Wednesday and Thursday card, like this afternoon, all from 2:10, and the Jockey Agents Contest. That's the headline contest of the day, and it runs all the way through July 14th, offering points on the way to the $1,500 grand finale. That prize will be given out here on Tuesday, July 14th. Of course, Wednesdays are for winning. For all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors, Exactamundo Thursdays are back this year. Jockeys Agent Contest, that's today, all the way through July 14th. Your chance to pick up the $100 weekly prize. And as I mentioned, this is also available for all of our online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Again, if you're joining us here on track, maybe enjoying a little lunch here up in the clubhouse, just head down to that first floor, the OTB. You can take part in today's Jockeys Agent Contest, go for the $100 top prize on the day, and have your chance to check out that new gift shop open there at the track. And here's just a little preview. Cheers to our great TV crew here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. My guys getting a great shot of the gift shop here on the pre-race show for all of you to check out. A lot of great merchandise there available. I noted we've got those racing cards. Today we're kicking off at 2:10. Also, same post time here in town on Wednesday and Thursday. No live racing here on Friday, but the first of our quarter horse mornings. The all quarter horse card coming up here this coming Saturday as we head closer to the month of June, as we wrap up this month. But there it is. There's the schedule. We've got the first of those 6 quarter horse cards, 10:45 a.m. kickoff here, and it begins this coming Saturday. Then the next will be on June 27th, followed up by July the 18th. And then we're talking about during that Indiana Derby week, August the 8th, and also at the end of August, another quarter horse racing, all quarter horse card here, again with that early start, and then October 3rd. So there's the dates, if you just want to keep that in memory. Often popular here with people. You get a nice turnout on a nice Saturday morning, grabbing some breakfast, watching the quarter horse action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And there they are, the dates for this year's 6 all quarter horse Saturday mornings, with that start at 10:45 a.m. 34 minutes away right now from the first of the day, and again we've got 9 on tap. I mentioned among the 8 thoroughbred races, the 6th race, that is the one that is on the turf course here, rated good, turf rail set at 36 feet, and again the 6th race, that is a maiden fillies and mares turf mile. Looking forward to it, as it's also a part of the 50-cent late fire 5. 2 pick 5s here featured at Horseshoe Indianapolis each and every racing day. The pick 5s with the low 11.99% takeout. Speaking of Horseshoe Indianapolis, we'd like to thank, always here on Wire to Wire, our daily pre-race show at the track, our sponsors of racing here at the Shoe in 2026. And of course, we mention Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, Breed Development, and the Winner's Circle sponsor. Well, that is BNHelectric.com. Murphy Trailer Sales also. They're the Winner's Circle. We'll get to B&H Electric in just a sec. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Murphy Trailer Sales. You can reach out to them, 765-361-8803. Big sponsor, the Winner's Circle. Cheers. We certainly appreciate Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy, not only sponsors of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but terrific thoroughbred horse owners as well. You talk about breeders, Bruce and Lori Murphy, just the best. And as you see there, they are the Winner's Circle sponsor of racing here again this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I mentioned B&H Electric. They got the tote board all lighted up here each and every racing day. B&H Electric, cheers to those guys. They've got a location not only here in town, but also in Seymour and Bloomington. And they're on the World Wide Web at bh-electric.com. Midwest Rancher, they've signed on with us here, sponsorship-wise, of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a long meet, after all. We'll be mentioning them on each and every edition of Wire to Wire, the pre-race show, 123-day season. This is day 22, of course, with our 9-race card here today. The meet going all the way through the middle part of November. Midwest Rancher sponsors of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2026. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com. You can also ring them up at 812-680-4204. Their location there, 101 West Laurel Street in Seymour, Indiana. And one more sponsor we'd like to note, that is our friends at Russ Hubler Ford. start your engines. They're going to the dealership at Greensburg, Indiana. If you're looking to pick up a new car this year, the newest models, they're there at their dealership. They're on the web at russhublerford.com if you'd like to look at their inventory, or you can call them up, 812-651-4615. Cheers to all at Russ Hubler Automotive in Greensburg, Indiana. Social media-wise, we always like to mention, if you'd like to reach out to us on social media, please do. Starting off with the crew here on X. You can reach out to me at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel there on X at Racing Rachel M. Also, Martha Clausen. She'll be along during that 6 o'clock hour. As I mentioned, we're closing the card with a tricky quarter horse maiden juvenile. Looking forward to seeing Martha's top pick there in that wide open maiden quarter horse juvenile dash. A couple of nice winners yesterday, including one for Tony Cunningham, and Jazz Solo absolutely caught a hole shot on winning the finale here yesterday. Good looking maiden juvenile there in the finale by the name of Jazz Solo. Martha will be recapping the action from yesterday and previewing today's finale round about just after the 6 o'clock hour here in town. And Brian Aragoni is standing by. He is our racing analyst, and he joins the pre-race show every day airing, talking about the 50-cent early pick 5. And of course, that pick 5 with the low 11.99% takeout starts daily, the early pick 5 on the first of the day. Brian's on X at Mr. B Analyst. And track-wise, also, we've got you covered up and down on social media. You can follow us on X at HS Indy Racing. Maybe you want to see some jockey and or trainer interviews, more about the personalities here at the track. Take a look at the crowd, some of the promotions we had featured here on Memorial Day. It's all there on our X, updated track conditions at HS Indy Racing. Our Instagram, there we are on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and more by the day subscribing to our YouTube channel. Please do. You can check us out on YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Stay up to things right there on social media. Half hour away from the first of 9 on the day. We kick off at 2:10. And once again, as I mentioned, the card today, tomorrow, and on Thursday to wrap up that 4-day stretch that kicked off with the holiday card. Yesterday, we had an early noon start, but today, tomorrow, and on Thursday, 2:10 p.m. Eastern opener. And again, no live racing this week on Friday. Just to recap, Saturday is the first of our 6 old quarter horse cards here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Saturday, we start bright and early at 10:45 a.m. 1:41, quick commercial break here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. When the pre-race show returns, we call it the B block. Brian Aragoni will be along next to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5. Until then, quick commercial break, and we'll be back.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
To the B block here on a Tuesday, the Mondayest Tuesday you ever did feel the day after Memorial Day. So welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Another beautiful day here. We are fortunate to be back on the turf. It feels like ages since we have graced that turf course. But if you're looking for the Horseshoe hat trick, only one turf race carded today, going to ease back into turf usage here, at least for Tuesday. One race, and it'll come up in race number 6. But I think it's a competitive card. Now, not the most talented card that we've ever had here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. However, it certainly is competitive in the way that I don't think we're going to see many heavily backed favorites, and I'm hopeful for some long shots. I think this a day in which some names that aren't synonymous with always being in the winner's circle can come home to roost, and a day in which there can be value for bettors and players. So let's take a look at how I navigated this first 5 races of the day. I do think it's a challenging card, and I'm going to play against some favorites, and that will begin right away, immediately in race 1. Now, I always monitor the early money. Now, yesterday the early money was spot on with Fernando de la Cruz on a first-time starter for Aaron West at 4-1. It paid $10. They were 8-5 during the pre-race show, and then they went off at 4-1, returned $10. Today, I'm hoping it's the opposite because, frankly, the early money was on the 6. The 6 had all of the early money at first click. Now it looks like it's evened out a little bit as Rose's Boy did take a ton of action. Now, if you're following along, Aaron West and Fernando de la Cruz did team up Memorial Day with a first-time starter to win race number 1. Today, I just can't fathom why Terry Stevens wants to run some very high purchases against one another. I'm no mathematician. I did the math. But if you run first and second in a $43,000 purse, you collect right around $35,000. That's great. $35,000 is great. But you know what's better? Running first in 2 $43,000 purses, so about 60% of 86. That gets you back $53,000. So just purely math, and maybe I'm overthinking it. I just can't figure out why Terry Stevens wants to run a $200,000 Keeneland sales purchase with He's Stealing My Lady, a Louisiana bred, albeit, against a $150,000 Keeneland sale purchase, Rose's Boy, a Kentucky bred, and run them in the same race. If they were doing well and they were world beaters, in my opinion, reading between the lines, they'd be in separate races and they'd both likely be 1-5, 2-5. The board right now, 2-1, 3-1, maybe telling you they're just okay. So I'm going to go a different direction in here. I'm going to play the other first-time starters. I'm going to leave off your 9-5 favorite, the 2-year-old Colt. Just coming back in on 2 weeks rest. Don't really love that. Could easily win this race and maybe knock me out. I'm going to take probably the 4 longest shots in this entire field. The 3 and the 6 are likely going to go off favorite. Then you've got the horse with experience who broke sharp, was in between, kind of got very tired, if not green, that final 100 yards, and now comes back on 2 weeks rest. I'm going to play against that animal. 1, 2, 4, and 5. Might be silly, but here's the deal. We're taking the 4 longest shots on the board. If we win, we're off to an excellent start in that early pick 5. And if we lose, thankfully, race number 2, we've got the $1 minimum pick 4, 15% takeout pick 4. And hopefully we'll cheer for some long shots and some chaos in the opener. If not, we're diving right back into the pick 4 because today is a competitive day of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And this race is no different. Again, 1, 2, 3, and 6 in race 2. That is not a typo. Catamount for Starry Night Racing, Anna Mia, Danny Sheehy. This horse comes in from Glitz. Don't love the spacing. Again, just ran on May 8th in a testing and dueling 7 furlong race. Now cutting back to 5.5. Is this horse going to be sharp enough? Hasn't really shown much early speed since Steve Asserson, the winningest trainer in the country, trained this one. Has lost the gate speed, has dropped in the claiming ranks, hasn't produced any results. I didn't necessarily love that they were entered at Belterra in between that race. So entered May 8th at Churchill. We're entered May 16th at Belterra. Now come in here. I think Catamount is potentially beatable. And then Spot on Justice. Now this horse may be a single for some. Ran a huge effort. But again, my captain is spacing. And I didn't love the spacing of this one. May 14th. Now sometimes you have to do what the condition book says. I certainly understand that. But you have an Indiana bred against open competition. That's a tall task and certainly going to be overlooked in this spot because a lot of people just love the buyer speed figures. Not only against open competition, comes in on 12 days rest, and he had it all his own way last time out. You could not have scripted a better trip for Mitch Merle. Not only did he get away with a 23-second first quarter, everyone else was asleep at the wheel. There was no other early speed. He did 23-second first quarter while being clear. Then rolled that right into a 40-second half mile. It was a 46-second half mile. The race was over at that point, and he tried to throw it away, but ultimately he held on by a head and a photo finish for me and Chile. The interesting thing is while it looked like he was tiring and just begging for the wire, He wasn't. I think he just kind of waits on other horses. If you look at some of his other wins, he wins by a nose or he gets nailed. There was 2 times last year, both June 18th and July 9th. He had the lead at the 8th pole, waited around, got nailed on the line by Mr. Negativity and keeping it classy. Will it continue to happen? I'm not sure. I don't think it was a tired issue last time out. This 6-year-old, he continued well into the turn. My notes say he was still ahead at the turn. He just kind of waits on other animals, and that's a tricky thing to do for a rider, but Mitch Merle was able to correct that last time out. I just don't think he's going to get away with those ridiculously slow fractions as he did last time, and now he needs to take on open company. So again, probably going to use the 4 longest shots in the field in race number 2 to kick off that pick 4. Race 3, if we're still alive, that will be a miracle. Scratch number 5, you're fired out of this event. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. 4, 6, and 7 for yours truly. I think Go-Go Roro is a horse that you need to pay attention to. Arkansas bred coming in from Oaklawn. We don't see a ton of Arky breds come here. Kelly Bainham, frankly, didn't look up if this is a male or a female, but whatever they're doing is certainly magnificent. In fact, they've winning at 17% over the last 5 years, but then you key it down to the last 5 months, winning at 46%. Those are elite numbers, floating the teeth, and a good feeding program over there for Kelly Bainham. Whatever they are doing right, and I certainly think that 15-1 is too high of a price for a trainer who's winning at 50% on the year, 46% the past 5 months, and 17% the past 5 years. You've also got Reflex, who is in good form right now for John Herron, a horse who I feel like has won a lot more races than 2 for 24, but that's what the numbers would suggest. And then the Irish Ranter. This could be a separator as well. Well, I do think the 4 is going to be bet down. I think the Irish Ranter is going to be overlooked because it looks like he's pop and stop. Last time he went 6 furlongs, 5.5 is right up his alley, and he's very close, and I think he's going to be faster than the rest of this group. You get Gutierrez in the saddle, you get the outside post draw, that cut back. This could be a sneaky separator in here. 4, 6, and 7 as we take a stand against J.R. Jimmy at 7-2. We'll see how that race shakes out, but a very intriguing sort in race number 3. Race 4, 1 mile, maiden special weight, no scratches or changes in here. This is going to be where the single does come right here. Sweet Summertime, 4-5. Now, we played against a bunch of favorites in the first 3 races. We're going to lean into a favorite in here, this 3-year-old filly, trying to get some good news for the Thumbs Up gang. And boy, could they use some. Winning at 7% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Been off to a little bit of a chilly start. I think this horse was well meant. Might have been entered and heavily favored in a race day in which I think there were odds on at the time in which we had to cancel due to severe weather. If my memory serves me correct, it might be possible. So Sweet Summertime, Alex Ashard aboard. He was aboard last time out. They ran in the slot May 5th. Now they stretch out. They run a good second going a mile. I like that they ran well at a mile. It's proven around the distance. The problem is 4 straight second-place finishes in a row. That's not something that is too ideal. This horse does have a tendency to break a little bit slow, but is fine taking dirt, taking up behind horses. I think Sweet Summertime is just better than this field. That's my hope because my entire day will go through the 4th race. Going to single in both the early pick 5 as well as that late fire 5, and if not, I will be working for free today. Race 5 kicks off the Itoba pick 4, 6 furlongs on a fast main track. Thankful to be on a fast track and a good turf course for race number 6. But to roll out this pick 5, 6 furlongs, 8 of them will go to the gate. We're not going to be able to go too deep in here. 3, 6, and 7. Now we've got your likely favorite, Lamorna Inn, Juddmonte, homebred in here, 3-year-old filly by Munnings, who is kind of Jekyll and Hyde. When I watch these morning workouts, there was a couple where I was like, ooh, this horse will play against. And then there was a couple where I was like, damn, that horse looks good. And I meant D-A-M, not D-A-M-N. But Lamorna Inn, Brad Cox, Fernando de la Cruz, they're going to take a ton of action for this 3-year-old chestnut by Munnings. Then you've also got Gendini for Ethan West, Victor Carrasco, not a name we see here very often, and he wasn't aboard on debut. So he's coming in. This 4-year-old filly by Bernardini took a little while to get to the racetrack. I do like that they spaced it. I just wasn't sure debuting on the synthetic. Now coming to Horseshoe Indy, has been training on the synthetic. The dirt is the unknown, and at favorite, I'm going to take a stand against 4, 6, and 7 for yours truly. Be the Glory. We'll see if the Thumbs Up gang just gets going in the right direction. This is a horse who is by Volatile, and I wasn't really familiar with Volatile, but I did some digging, and remember Kentucky Derby Day, T.O. Elvis was all the rage, loaded at 13-1. Yes, won at 5-1, but was uber impressive. Stud, volatile. Now, I'm not saying that Be the Glory is going to be T.O. Elvis, but I wasn't going to find that tidbit and then not use this potential horse that's a separator for Scott Pearson, Hidden Creek Farms. 15-1 morning line. This 3-year-old filly gets Joseph Buelmer in the saddle, and Buelmer and the Thumbs Up gang have something going in the right direction. They're certainly winning races when they do team up together, and it hasn't been that long since Miguel Angel Silva has had horses ready to rock and roll at first asking. He can certainly win on debut and gets Lasix today for Be the Glory. Point in time just makes sense for Vicky Oliver. Hasn't panned out against much tougher at the likes of Churchill Downs and Gulfstream. Obviously, they wanted to be on the turf, but must be training okay to land here. Gets a ton of class relief for this $300,000 Yapon filly. Speaking of Yapon, we've got a couple of Yapon horses in the opener. The 6 is a Yapon 2-year-old colt, $150,000 Keeneland sale. Yapon must be stamping his horses very nicely and turning them out because those are some big sales purchases in both race 1 and 5 by Yapon. We'll see how it shakes out. A very even betting board right now as we're 16 minutes away from the opener. That's how I'm going to play the early pick 5. Certainly wish you the best of luck no matter how you play it. Enjoy your Tuesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded under cloudy skies. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Main track fast. The 6th race, Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Mile. Course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look right now at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Maiden Juvenile Sprint opener starts the 50-cent early pick 5. No changes in the 210 opener. All 7 run. No changes at the top of the card. In the second race, another sprint on the day. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Second race, no changes. In the third, number 4, Go, 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 Row. A jockey change to William Anton Giorgi III. There's that change of rider. William Anton Giorgi III rides the 4, Go, 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 Row. Number 5, You're Fired, has been scratched. Scratch number 5, You're Fired, from the sprint. In the fourth race, Maiden 3-year-old Fillies Mile, fast track. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5. All 8 run, no changes in the fourth race. No changes for that matter in race 5. Maiden Fillies Mare Sprint. Noting this starts the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. No changes in the 5th at 4:14 p.m. In the 6th race. This the one today on the Caesars course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet. There are no changes in the Maiden Distaff Turf Mile. 12 entered, 12 due to run. In the 7th race, featured sprint, scratch the 6 High Speed Justice and 11 Kitten Song. That's in the 7th race, the sprint feature of the day. It starts the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double, scratch the 6 and number 11 from the race card. 8th race, Maiden Dash. Race 8 at 5:47. Number 2, Runway Showstopper, has been scratched. Scratch the 2, Runway Showstopper. And in the 9th, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards to close out the card. 6:15 finale. Scratch the also eligible 11, Kiss Me Over Politics. Scratch the AE number 11. Overweights and a jockey change. 1 Flashin' Ferrari 123 plus 6 pounds. The 2 TW Cowboy First Down 3 over. Number 3 LM Lencha, add 6 pounds to the weight. Number 4 Susie Brown plus 2 pounds. Number 6 Ruby's First Kiss, add 7 pounds to the listed program weight there. Number 8 VRS Beach Please, a jockey change to Francisco Quintero 2 over. Francisco Quintero rides the 8 VRS Beach Please, 2 pounds extra. Number 9 CV Dynasty plus 2 pounds. And number 10 DNA Political Zoomer, add 4 pounds to the program weight, makes it there now 128 corrected, and take out the also eligible 11 Kiss Me Over Politics, has been scratched. There a look at the program changes for a 9-race card under cloudy skies in town. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Main track fast, the 6th race, that Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Mile, course rated good with the rail set at 36 feet. Maidens in the paddock for the juvenile sprint opener. All 7 run. Post time now 10 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Starting the card with a maiden juvenile sprint over the 5 furlongs with a field of 7. There are no program changes. No changes at the top of a 9-race program today. Cloudy skies, main track fast. Again, the 6th race. That's the maiden fillies mares Turf Mile. Course good for it. Turf rail set at 36 feet. Fast main track. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here we start. Rolling doubles. 50-cent pick 3s. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5 with the maiden juvenile sprint. 3 minutes to post time. All 7 run. 3 minutes. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5 at hand. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden juvenile. Danilo Gonzalez Rave with Bobby Cora. Sando Sanjor chasing the sun. Both went in well. Now Danny Sheehy with Darrowby. Alex Ishard, Red Sun. The first 4 of the 7 loaded. Now the Aaron West 2. Mitchell Morrow with He's Stealing My Lady. Fernando de la Cruz with Rose's Boy. At 5 furlongs, 1 more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with twice started Grande Suenos. Facing the 6 newcomers. Main track fast, they're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Red Sun away fast. Good speed from both He's Stealing My Lady and Rose's Boy is quick to engage. Both are Aaron West as they dash past the half-mile pole with Grandes Soenos. The black cap and sleeves tracking them from 3rd as they round the far turn. Chasing the Sun is next in 4th, while 3 clear from Bobby Cora running in 5th as they make the way toward the quarter pole. And then farther back in the field toward the inside, Red Sun, who trails here in the Tuesday opener. They make their way past the quarter pole. And at the inside, He's Stealing My Lady and Rose's Boy as the maiden 2-year-olds come down toward the final furlong. Nearest the inside with Mitchell Morrow. He's Stealing My Lady. Leads now by 2.5. Rose's Boy fully extended as they come past the 16th. Chasing the Sun is 3rd. And then toward the inside is Bobby Cora in 4th with Mitchell Morrow. He's Stealing My Lady. The son of Life is Good debuts on top from Rose's Boy. Then Chasing the Sun and Bobby Cora. Three, 6, 4, 1 after the first of the day. Number 3, He's Stealing My Lady. 8-5 first. Number 6, Rose's Boy. 5-2 second. Both for Aaron West. The 4, Chasing the Sun. At 7-1 was 3rd, and the 1, Bobby Cora. 19-1 4th. Mitchell Morrow starting the card here for Aaron West. Terry Stevens. Louisiana bred son of Life is Good. He's Stealing My Lady. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 3, He's Stealing My Lady with Mitchell Burrell. He's Stealing My Lady is a 2-year-old dark mare brown colt by Life is Good. Out of My Lady Curlin by Curlin. Aaron M. West trains this newcomer. Debuts for Terry L. Stevens. The winner was bred in the Pelican State by Coteau Grove Farms, LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of He's Stealing My Lady. Race 1 official. First results in. First of 9. 3-6 exacta, $15.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 3-6-4, paid $14.95. Bobby Cora was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 3-6-4-1. Those 4 debuted, $17.14. All 7 ran fast track. 21 minutes away from race 2. In the next sprint, there are no changes. 6 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 2 starts another rolling double, 50-cent pick 3, and begins the $1 early pick 4. Main track fast. Post time 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden juvenile sprint. Hope you had a bet on He's Stealing My Lady. Main track fast, they're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Red Sun away fast. Good speed from both He's Stealing My Lady and Rose's Boy is quick to engage. Both are Aaron West as they dash past the half-mile pole with Grandes Soenos. The black cap and sleeves tracking them from 3rd as they round the far turn. Chasing the Sun is next in 4th, while 3 clear from Bobby Cora running in 5th as they make the way toward the quarter pole. And then farther back in the field toward the inside, Red Sun, who trails here in the Tuesday opener. They make their way past the quarter pole. And at the inside, He's Stealing My Lady and Rose's Boy as the maiden 2-year-olds come down toward the final furlong. Nearest the inside with Mitchell Merle. He's Stealing My Lady. Leads now by 2.5. Rose's Boy fully extended as they come past the 16th. Chasing the Sun is 3rd, and then toward the inside is Bobby Cora in 4th with Mitchell Merle. He's Stealing My Lady. The son of Life is Good debuts on top from Rose's Boy. Then Chasing the Sun. Main track fast, they're in the gate. Please note, after the running of race 1, they've posted a final time for the maiden juvenile of 58.39. Fast Track, that final time for the 5 furlongs, posted 58.39 after the maiden juvenile opener.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe.
Momentum, and we're ready for more.
let's keep going together. Thank you for every step you've helped us with so far.
Every life changed is a shared victory.
It's time for race 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're 9 minutes to post, and we've got a 6-horse field here. Congratulations to Mitchell Merle and Aaron West. Thought it was really cool yesterday. 3 jockeys won the first 6 races, a double for Mitchell, so another win for him. Definitely good. He's got a new baby, and I know Mama needs a new pair of shoes, so Mallory's going to be happy with that one, his wife. The 4, Catamount, is my top selection here. 8-5 currently on the board. The 4 gets Danny Sheehy aboard, Anna Mia, Good Connections, 4-year-old gelding by Dialed In. This one's coming out of a claiming for 16, you guys, at Churchill, and a lot tougher there, obviously. That was only a 7-horse field, though, and he kind of got a wide trip. If you go back to the Indiana try, it was another kind of even effort. That was in an 11-horse field, so I'm a little bit more impressed with that one than I am the other. However, it was claiming for 12.5. So this horse used to be in the Asmussen barn, has now moved to Anna's, and should be involved pretty early. Moving on to the 5, Spot on Justice. The 5 also 8-5 here. This is a 6-year-old gelding. He's amassed $218,000 in his career. Almost all of that has been here at Horseshoe Indy. Mitchell Merle is up again, and when these guys get on a roll, they get on a roll. So I wouldn't be shocked if Mitch gets another double today. Chaz Retchie, she owns and trains this guy. He just come off a win at 7,500. She's got him in kind of a similar. This is for 3-year-olds and up, non-3 or 3-year-olds, and then other than a certain date. So fits in and is usually a guy that tries. Hasn't been at this level in a while, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully he can get out of the gate. Sometimes he gets a little squirrely coming out. And then I'm going to round it with 1, the second longest shot on the board, Fully Connected. I just thought this hiding from me in there. I just thought on the inside he has early speed. I didn't know if there is a little bit, I don't even want to say it, weather. I'm not even going to say the R word, but there's a little bit of weather. I wasn't sure how it was going to be, but I thought this would be a nice long shot to put in here that has a nice chance, I think. Also, love Shauna. Shauna Martin owns and trains this 7-year-old gelding. Was just talking to my girl last night, and she thinks he's got a chance to finish the money. Maybe put him in your supers. It's one that I would definitely put a little bit of money on. Fully Connected, my last pick of this here second race, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, B is gonna be going over the late pick 5, and today is Tuesday, so that means we get Dan Fat Bald Guy Racing going over the pick 4 later. Good luck.
The horses called postward for the second race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. No program changes, all 6 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Fast track for it. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Late scratch on the blue 3. Belladine. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, late scratch on number 3, Belladine. Out to the sprint. All wagers here on 3, Belladine. There will be refunds due. 3 and 3 will be a consolation double. 3-3, a consolation double to be paid out. Those using 3 Belladine and a multi-race wager starting on the first of the day. Those multi-race wagers now transferred to the post-time favorite. Scratch the blue 3, Balladine is out. After the late scratch on 3, Balladine, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Joseph Romero with Fully Connected. The first of the 5 into line. Evan Roman with Yolo Santiago. 3, Balladine was a late scratch. The 3 is a non-runner here in the dash. Danny Sheehy with Catamount. And we'll couple the back. Spot on Justice. Mitch Murrell riding for the early double. Fast Track one more. Jose Gutierrez with Cringe. At 5.5 furlongs, seconds of the day from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. All in line. And they're off. Yolo Santiago made a mess of the start. Drops back to last. Here's Fully Connected. Making a dash from the rail for Joseph Romero, and Fully Connected is the fleetest of the field. Leading Catamount down on the outside is Spot on Justice in the red and black cap. Third close up as they make their way into the far turn. Cringe leads 1. That's slow starting Yolo Santiago, who's last of the quintet. They enter the far turn. Fully Connected spearheads them with Catamount right there coming with a bid now for Danny Sheehy. Mitch Murrell and Spot on Justice in the 3 path as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Then further back is Cringe, and Yolo Santiago tries to pick up Cringe at the back of the pack. Under a quarter of a mile to go, and it's Catamount. Catamount leads the charge from Fully Connected, who tries to respond to Catamount. 1 furlong to go. It's Catamount the advantage. Widens now on Fully Connected, with Spot on Justice third as they come past the 16th with Danny Sheehy. It's Catamount, and Catamount full of energy. Past the post with a 6-length win over Fully Connected, who holds Spot on Justice. Yolo Santiago and Cringe, they were the last 2 to finish. Number 4, Catamount. 6 to 5 first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the second and third and stand by for the fourth. 5 of them ran. 3 Balladine was a late scratch. The 3 was a non-runner. 6-1 on Fully Connected was second. 5 Spot on Justice at Even Money third. And then Cringe on the Bob over Yolo Santiago for fourth and fifth. So it's 4-1-5-6. Danny Sheehy gets on the Tuesday score sheet here for Anamia. And Starry Night Racing, it's Catamount at 6-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 4, Catamount, partnered with Danny Sheehy. Catamount is a 4-year-old big gelding by Dialed In, and a Rancor by Oxbow. Anamia trains for Rachel Gersons. Starry Night Racing, the winner was bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Catamount. Takes out the sprint at 6-5. Official. Result confirmed by the judges. Catamount is beaten home, Fully Connected. Spot on Justice, Cringe fourth. Yolo Santiago fifth. The 4-1 exacta returned $25.20. 50-cent trifecta 4-1-5, $12.10. 3-4 double, $12.80. 3-3 consolation double, $5.20. Cringe was fourth. Yolo Santiago fifth. 10-cent superfecta 4-1-5-6 paid $14.15. In the sprint, the 3 was a late scratch. The 3 did not start. Favorite third. Five ran. Now 21 minutes away from the third race sprint. Scratch number 5, you're fired. Scratch the 5, you're fired. The 4, go, 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 row. The jockey William Anton Giorgi III on the 4, go, go, row, row. William Anton Giorgi. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be 3:12. And they're off. Yolo Santiago made a mess of the start. Drops back to last. Here's Fully Connected. Making a dash from the rail for Joseph Romero. And Fully Connected is the fleetest of the field. Leading Catamount down on the outside is Spot on Justice in the red and black cap. Third close up as they make their way into the far turn. Cringe leads 1. That's slow starting Yolo Santiago, who's last of the quintet. They enter the far turn. Fully Connected spearheads them with Catamount right there coming with a bid now for Danny Sheehy. Mitchell Merlin, Spot on Justice in the 3 path as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Then further back is Cringe, and Yolo Santiago tries to pick up Cringe at the back of the pack. Under a quarter of a mile to go, and it's Catamount. Catamount leads the charge from Fully Connected, who tries to respond to Catamount. 1 furlong to go. It's Catamount the advantage. Widens now on Fully Connected with Spot on Justice third as they come past the 16th with Danny Sheehy. It's Catamount. And Catamount, full of energy, past the post with a 6-length win over Fully Connected, who holds Spot on Justice, Yolo Santiago, and Cringe. and thereof. Yolo Santiago.
9 minutes of the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a scratch of the 5. You're fired. And we have a jockey change on the 4. We'll talk about that. But this is a 3-year-old and up claiming for a nickel. We're going for 5,000 here today. It's 5.5 on the fast main track. Don't forget here, we're going to get the late pick 5 kicked off in the next race. And then we have some turf races coming up later. So a really nice card. This third race, I'm going to go with what I thought was going to be a long shot. I mean, it is 5-1 right now. The 7, the Irish Ranter. The Irish Ranter gets our 2025 Apprentice Jockey of the Year, Jose Gutierrez, in the irons for Rogelio Labra. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Collected, and he has nice early speed, and he's been competitive in this class. His wins have all pretty much came, he broke his maiden at maiden claiming for 5. He won a claiming for 4 to end 2025 at Mountaineer, and then he was 3rd last time by 5.5. He does get that bug weight allowance, and this is his 3rd out of 2026, so always key when we're doing 3rd off the layoff. And then we're going to go to the 6 here at 3-1, and that is Reflex. Reflex gets Irving Mancato aboard for John Horan. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Slope, and John owns this one as well. Last time out was in the race with the Irish Ranter and beat him. I guess I'm going with my tried and true knocking heads kind of thing. Sometimes in these lower classes, you get horses that keep running back and forth, and they trade wins. One day it'll be his day, and one day it'll be the others. It's kind of been that way with American Wind, Reflex, and the Irish Runner here to start the meet. He gets off to kind of a little bit of a weird start sometimes, but honestly, if he gets good out of the gate, he's pretty tough to catch. He also has nice speed. He can kind of sit off the leader, or he can go to the lead. So versatile start to this one. Let's just hope he has enough to get past those other 2. Like I said, they've been kind of going back and forth with each other. And then the 4, Go Row. 8-5 as the jockeys are heading out. This one is coming out of a maiden claiming 12-5 win, so finally broke the maiden. The second place finish in there came back to win, and is starting out first time with winner. Now that was at Oaklawn back on April 26th, and now it's coming back first time with winners, and they're starting them off really nice and soft. And this 3-year-old claiming for 5. I like that move. 7-6-4 as they're probably about to leg up. I'm going to go here, a little bit of a long shot play as I thought was going to be, but with the scratch, we're 5-1 right now. The Irish Ranter. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 5, You're Fired, has been scratched. Scratch the number 5, You're Fired. The 4, Go Go Row Row. The jockey here, William Anton Giorgi III. William Anton Giorgi III rides the 4, Go Go Row Row. Exacted trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Main track fast, 3 minutes to post time. 6th race, turf good. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Luis Contreras with Slink. William Anton Giorgi, the third with Go Go Row Row, has joined Slink. Now Irving Moncada with Reflex. Evan Roman, American Wind, taking their spots. He's Stealing My Lady and Catamount, our first two sprint winners. Now Joseph Bilmer with JR Jimmy. Jose Gutierrez with the Irish Ranter. At 5.5 furlongs. Fast Track. One more. Howard's Grit. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Gennady Dorochenko. Won the 2012 Louisiana Derby with Hero 4. Ball in. Ready. And the rough. JR Jimmy, good speed. Right there, Go Go Row Row with an early bid. It's JR Jimmy. For Joseph Bilmer, JR Jimmy leads by 3/4 length to a close-up Go Go Row Row, who pursues the pace, going past the half-mile pole with the Irish Ranter running in third. Slink holds the rail. Reflex in a green cap in a real claustrophobic spot. Reflex in tight quarters at the 3.5. Howard's Grit is wide. American Wind trails. They round the far turn. This is 3 furlongs out. It's JR Jimmy narrowly. Right there is Go Go Row Row for a bid between horses. And here's the Irish Ranter, who strides up. And these three head to head past the quarter pole. Slink back in fourth. Reflex straightens away in fifth. American Wind and detached is Howard's Grit. Top of the lane, it's JR Jimmy. 1 furlong to go with Joseph Bilmer. JR Jimmy widens on Go Go Row Row now by 4, coming past the 16th. Slink a charge on the outside of Go Go Row Row, but it's JR Jimmy clear. JR Jimmy wins by 5 from Go Go Row Row. Slink third and Reflex finish back in fourth. Unofficial, 3-4-1-6. Number 3, JR Jimmy. 2-1 first. Number 4, Go Go Row Row. 5-2 second. The 1 Slink at 12-1 odds was third. And 6 Reflex at 8-5 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Joseph Bilmer for Jose Cazares. Jimenez Racing Stable LLC. It's JR Jimmy, a 2-1 winner. The result of the third race is now official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the Blue 3, J.R. Jimmy with Joseph Emmer. Now on the meet score sheet, J.R. Jimmy is a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Jimmy Creed. Out of the AP Indy Mare, AP Double Cat. Jose Casares trains for Normando Jimenez Racing Stable LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of J.R. Jimmy. Sprints to a win in 104.08 seconds. The 3-4 exacta paid $25.40. 50-cent trifecta 3-4-1, $41.55. J.R. Jimmy capped off the first 50-cent pick 3 of the day. 3 with the 4 with the 3. J.R. Jimmy paid $13.55. 4 and 3 double, $20.40. Reflex was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 3-4-1-6 paid $14.62. In the dash, the 5 was a non-runner. Favorite, 3rd. 7 ran, 104.08 seconds. In the 4th of our 9, maiden 3-year-old fillies mile, no changes, 8 run. No changes in the next. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late fire 5, main track fast. The 6th race, maiden fillies mares turf mile. Course good, turf rail at 36 feet, race 6 on the turf good. Fast main track post time, 3:42. Ready. And the rough. J.R. Jimmy, good speed. Right there, go, row with an early bid. It's J.R. Jimmy. For Joseph Emmer, J.R. Jimmy leads by 3/4 length to a close-up go, row, who pursues the pace. Going past the half-mile pole with the Irish Ranter. Running in 3rd, Slink holds the rail. Reflex in a green cap in a real claustrophobic spot. Reflex in tight quarters at the 3.5. Howard's Grit is wide. American Wind trails. They round the far turn. This is 3 furlongs out. It's J.R. Jimmy narrowly. Right there is go, row for a bid between horses. And here's the Irish Ranter who strides up. And these 3 head to head past the quarter pole. Slink back in 4th. Reflex straightens away in 5th. American Wind and detached is Howard's Grit. Top of the lane, it's J.R. Jimmy. 1 furlong to go with Joseph Bimmer. J.R. Jimmy widens on go, row now by 4 coming past the 16th. Slink a charge on the outside of go, row, but it's J.R. Jimmy clear. J.R. Jimmy wins by 5 from go, row. Slink 3rd and Reflex finish back in 4th.
Horseshoe Indianapolis, where it's late fire 5 times, still alive in that early pick 5. Certainly wish you the best of luck closing it out. You still got 2 more races to go. And speaking of races, we've got some turf action coming up here, included in this upcoming pick 3 as well as this pick 5. Will be on the turf in race number 6. But first, still be patient. Still 2 more races on a fast main track today. We're going to stretch it out to a route of ground, 1 mile going to be the distance. No scratches or changes in the upcoming 4th race. Let's take a look at this field. While I've been trying to beat favorites for most of the day, I am going to lean into this favorite for the thumbs-up gang, Miguel Angel Silva and his team. This 3-year-old filly by known agenda is one of few fillies that tried 2 turns at 2 years old, like she did last season on November 12th. And she did so with aplomb. I mean, she broke a little bit slow. She was well behind. She broke from the furthest outside post, the 10th post. And with going 1 mile, the 10th post is no easy pick, and she was hung out fairly wide throughout. And she closed into it to finish second. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is it was in November of last year, and she's finished second 4 consecutive times. Now, she does have some excuses. I mean, she was closing in very strongly back in October of last season, going 5.5. After that, she just kind of let the favorite get away, and Tiz Wine Time, who was well-meant and well-backed as well, and I forgot it. And then most recently, she had a built-in excuse in which she broke slow. She was last early on, and she did run into it, albeit with a very ground-saving trip. She skimmed the paint because she was well behind the rest of that field that day, and she closed in. So she has every right to continue to improve. Second start off the layoff. Alex Achard going to be aboard. He's winning at 20%. And I'm always cheering for my old Canterbury friend, Miguel Angel Silva. It was Sweet Summertime, 3-5, the horse to beat. But is it the horse to bet? Because the value may come from Caddy Justice, a fellow 3-year-old filly by turf sire Raging Bull out of beautiful Cat for Justice Farm. I would suspect that eventually they're going to try and get this one on the turf, seeing as the mare Beautiful Cat, she had 5 races and they were all on the turf, and she's a Kitten Joy runner, or she's by Kitten Joy as well. So I think eventually they'll get Caddy Justice on the turf, but for now they're going to stretch it out on the dirt. In here is bred to run a long, long ways. Thomas Medina winning at 15%. For Justice Farm, who has this homebred. Gutierrez is going to be aboard. Another one who has 1 start to her name this season. It was in a sloppy off-track. I drew a line through it. It was at the maiden special weight level where we are today, but it was in the slop. She kind of showed a little bit of speed and just kind of ran evenly. Now they stretch it out to 2 turns where Thomas Medina does everything very well, but he can excel with horses going a route of ground. I think Caddy Justice is sneaky in here at 17-1. Your inside runner is Del Cap Alice. Now, this is just a hunch play for yours truly. Gennaro Garcia, Amir Mendoza. He's a new face here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he's made himself well-known early on in the meet. He's had 8 starts, 2 wins, and 2 seconds in the exacta 50% of the time, while winning at 25%. Gennaro can certainly upgrade a horse. He took this one off from Andrew Simoff last year, brought the Indiana bred from Delaware Park to Horseshoe Indianapolis, tried the maiden special weight level a handful of times. Just kind of ran evenly around the track. They did try 1 mile, not once but twice. So something was telling them last season at 2 years old that Del Cap Alice was going to be a route runner versus a sprint runner, and I am going to trust the connections. They get Lasix today from 2 to 3, can be the biggest improvement in a horse, and I like that they are fresh. They do have a 5 furlong workout. They also have a bullet workout, best of 30 on April 25th, and then a nice gate workout as well. Nice and slow. Could be any sort in here for Del Cap Alice, but we're going to lean into our favorite in here with the single, who's finished second 4 consecutive times with Sweet Summertime. After that, in race 5, we kick off that Itoba pick 4, a challenging beginning to that pick 4 with 3-year-old fillies and upwards all looking for their first career victory. We're going to go 3, 6, and 7. We're leaving off Gendini, 5-2 morning line for Ethan West and Carrasco aboard. We're going to go long shot hunting again in the 5th with 3, 6, and 7. Now, race number 6, this is our turf race of the day. Maiden claiming event, no scratches or changes. 12 will go to the gate. 1 will return a maiden, no more. I'm going to lead into your likely favorite, with She's Chloe at 9-5 morning line, but also throwing in the long shot that I fancy most. And not only do I fancy this long shot, I didn't use this horse underneath. I have this horse right on top. Jesus Cruz, Wasabi Ventures stable, I thought was getting better with each and every work prior to the debut back in March. And first-time turf can't hurt. Debuted on the synthetic, going to the turf. Took a little bit of early getaway on debut. Showed a ton of speed early on. Didn't show much finish. William Anton Georgie been knocking on the door. He's had limited starts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he's made the best with what he's got. Couple of seconds and a couple of thirds. I think his win is coming, and hopefully it does today at about 1,000,000 to 1 with Snow Globe. Then we're going to round it out. As always, that late daily double, the get out daily double, $5 minimum, is going to be incredibly challenging. Race 7 is anyone's race to win or lose. 9 of them will go to the gate. A big field. Anyone can win. We're going to spread out in race 7. And in race 8, the maiden special weight event with the scratch of the 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. It's a $72 play. If you've got a little more pocket change, go scrub through the couches. There's plenty of horses you could add on our turf race in race number 6. But first, we've got to get through the single as the 4-time second-place finisher, Sweet Summertime, trying to get that elusive first victory. We'll see if it's fact or fiction 4 minutes away from race 4 at the Shoe.
The horses called postward for the 4th race. This race will be run over the mile, a field of 8. No changes. All 8 maiden fillies run. Fast Track, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Start here are the 50-cent Late Fire 5. 6th race, that's the maiden fillies mares turf mile. 6th race, Course Good, turf rail at 36 feet. Main track fast. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Maiden Fillies Mile. Starts the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Fast Track, Race 6, Turf Course Good. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Start to the 50-cent Late Fire 5 here on the card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maiden Fillies on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Amir Mendoza, Del Cap Alice has the rail draw. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Dreaming Bonita joined her. Now Joseph Romero with Moonlight Girl drew 2. Alex Achard with Sweet Summertime to take her position in the starting gate. Moonlight Girl joined. Santo Sanjo with Swiss Meringue. Hannah Leahy, Best Hat. She was 5th here on sprint debut. 17 to 1 odds, Best Hat. Right now, Sweet Summertime, the 3 to 5 favorite. Fast Track. This Maiden Fillies Mile will start the Late Fire 5. 6th race, a Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Mile. Course Good, Fast Main Track. Best Hat. 2 back. Jose Gutierrez with Catty Justice coming up. So stand by, one more. Luis Contreras, Go Eve Go. She makes her debut over the 8 furlongs. They're in the gate. Ready. They're off. Catty Justice, sharp away. Right toward that rail for Catty Justice, who leads into the first turn for Jose Gutierrez. An early bid on the outside by Swiss Meringue in a green cap with in between horses Dreaming Bonita, and on the outside is Sweet Summertime in a black cap running 4th at the 6.5. Best Hat is next in 5th, while just in advance of Del Cap Alice. Then the first-time starter Go Eve Go, and Moonlight Girl trails after the mile start, making this backstretch run. So Santo Sanjor, Swiss Meringue has taken the lead from Catty Justice, second at the inside by a length, with Dreaming Bonita tracking them from 3rd for the run to the half-mile pole, Alex Achard, and Sweet Summertime stalks them from 4th. Then it's a break of 4 more to Del Cap Alice with Best Hat toward the inside. Moonlight Girl just picked up Go Eve Go, who's been relegated to 8th and last. They make their way into the far turn. Caddy Justice and Swiss Meringue. And they take this battle to 3 furlongs from home. Swiss Meringue just has the advantage. Caddy Justice toward the inside. And Dreaming Bonita is now drawing in for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. as Sweet Summertime starts to make 4-path progress as they come past the quarter pole. Then farther back is Del Cap Alice with Moonlight Girl, and detached are both Best Hat and Go Eve Go tailed off. Top of the stretch, and here's Sweet Summertime sweeping after them. Sweet Summertime with Dreaming Bonita in between horses, and toward the inside is Swiss Meringue, who's responding to the pressure. A furlong to go. Swiss Meringue with determination. Sweet Summertime on the outside in a battling run down toward the finish. It's Swiss Meringue for Sando Sanjor. Swiss Meringue sees off Sweet Summertime. Dreaming Bonita was third. Then Moonlight Girl and Del Cap Alice were next home. Photo finish. Made in Phillies Mile. Win photograph. Here's a look. Made in 3-year-old fillies over the mile, where it was 26-1 on the 7 Swiss Meringue. Will get the verdict over the 6 Sweet Summertime. 5 Dreaming Bonita third. 4th is up to the judges. 4th is close. Caddy Justice followed them. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. Starts at a late fire 5. We'll go to a 26-1 shot. Seven, 6, 5, 2, number 7. Swiss Meringue it was at 26-1. 6 Sweet Summertime at 2-5. Kept at bay by Swiss Meringue upsets in the maiden Phillies Mile. Number 5 Dreaming Bonita 8-1 third, and at 12-1 the 2 Moonlight Girl was 4th. Sando Sanjor on 7 Swiss Meringue in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. 3-year-old Dark Bayer Brown filly by Higher Power. Out of Frosting by Flatter. Mike Lauer trains. Penny Lauer, the winning owner and breeder. She was bred in the Hoosier State. Swiss Meringue gets off the mark in her 4th run at 26-1. Result official. The 7-6 exacta paid $105.40. Pick 3, $166.75. 50-cent trifecta, 765 $99.20. 3-7 double, $142. The 10-cent superfecta, 7652 paid $75.30. Moonlight Girl was 4th. Dreaming Boat Del Cap Alice was 5th. 76521 official. 20 minutes away from race 5. Maiden Fillies Mare Sprint, all 8 start. No changes in the Maiden Distaff Dash. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. It starts the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association. Cheers to Itoba. Post time 4:12. They're off. Caddy Justice sharp away, right toward that rail for Caddy Justice, who leads into the first turn for Jose Gutierrez. An early bid on the outside by Swiss Meringue in a green cap with in between horses Dreaming Bonita, and on the outside is Sweet Summertime in a black cap running fourth at the 6.5. Best Hat is next in fifth, while just in advance of Del Cap Alice. Then the first time starter Go Eve Go and Moonlight Girl trails after the mile start, making this backstretch run. So Santo Sanjor, Swiss Meringue has taken the lead from Caddy Justice, second at the inside by a length, with Dreaming Bonita tracking them from third for the run to the half-mile pole, Alex Achard, and Sweet Summertime stalks them from fourth. Then it's a break of four more to Del Cap Alice with Best Hat toward the inside. Moonlight Girl just picked up Go Eve Go, who's been relegated to eighth and last. They make their way into the far turn. Caddy Justice and Swiss Meringue, and they take this battle to 3 furlongs from home. Swiss Meringue just has the advantage. Caddy Justice toward the inside, and Dreaming Bonita is now drawing in for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. as Sweet Summertime starts to make four-path progress as they come past the quarter pole. Then further back is Del Cap Alice with Moonlight Girl, and detached are both Best Hat and Go Eve Go tailed off. Top of the stretch, and here's Sweet Summertime sweeping after them. Sweet Summertime with Dreaming Bonita in between horses, and toward the inside is Swiss Meringue, who's responding to the pressure. A furlong to go. Swiss Meringue with determination. Sweet Summertime on the outside in a battling run down toward the finish. It's Swiss Meringue for Santo Sanjor. Swiss Meringue sees off Sweet Summertime. Dreaming Bonita was third. Then Moonlight Girl and Del Cap Alice were next home.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the $1 Itoba Pick 4 at Horseshoe, Indiana. I am FBG Dan Cronin. Let's get going. We're trying to keep this short. So, in the first leg, we got a nice 6 furlong maiden special weight for fillies. And we've got Brad Cox in the 3-hole with Lamorna Inn, a Munnings filly, first-time starter, we're guessing. Looked okay on works. I mean, nothing special, but looked okay. Brad's been struggling a little bit. He finally did unveil a monster on Monday here that went easy. But other than that, been a little bit of a struggle to get going so far, where normally we would be singling. We just can't do it until he heats up. So we are going to take another one, the 8, Gendini for Ethan West. 1-start horse, ran a solid number at Turfway Park last year. Needs to get going off that big layoff. Bernardini filly is a 4-year-old, so has a little advantage there. So we're going to take 2 of them there, just 3 and 8. Now, the way we're going to play this is we're going to spread here. We're going to spread like mad, and then we're going to single. That's the way I'm just trying to get to the last race. So, we got a really nice maiden 30 turf race. A bunch of them can win. The 1, Lady of Lords, 10-1 for Brendan Walsh. I'm not leaving out a straight maiden, dropping into claiming of Brendan Walsh. Then we got Vicky Oliver, the 3, Added Touch. A lot of chances, but looks pretty good, has a chance. And then we're going to go out to the 7, Cat Island, a George Weaver. We don't see a lot of those around here. A George Weaver going back to the turf. Ran on the turf at Gulfstream, ran okay back in January. Looking for a home, really, this horse is. So 9-2 is okay price. We can deal with that. And then we got the favorite. She's Chloe, the 8 for Brendan Walsh. I actually like the 1 horse better than the favorite, the 8, but I'm going to use them both. And then I'm going to go outside to Riley Mott, who ran a monster yesterday here, just lost to that Cox one. But Tash Spice, the 10, 1-start horse from Gulfstream Park. Dropping from 50 to 30, trying the turf. I'm not leaving this horse out at 12-1. So we got the 1, 3, 7, and 8. Now, if there was ever a race that somebody has no opinion in, it's here for me. I have 0 opinion in this race. So to stay under 100, I could take 9 out of 10. I absolutely hate doing that. So without any, well, it looks like the 6 is scratched. So we don't have to worry about it. So we're going to take the all button. The 6 is out. They just put that in here. I didn't notice that to begin with. So that's a good thing for us. The 6 is out, and looks like the 11, who we weren't using anyway, is out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got them all. I have 0 opinion in there. I am looking for a long shot. I think the 8, just like Mammy, ran pretty well last time. 5-1, I think, has got a big shot. I think the 9 at 6-1's got a big shot. I think the 2 at 20-1, I forgot it's got a big shot. So me, I'm hitting the all button. So how are we going to end this? We got a single. We're going for the lead. 5.5, maiden special weight, Appeasing, Bermudez, Aaron West. Led to the middle of the stretch last time at 3-5 and stopped. We're hoping that second time out, she will be ready to keep going right to the front and gone with Appeasing. That's the single. I'm Dan Cronin. This is the $1 Itoba Pick 4 from Horseshoe, Indiana. Good luck, everybody, and don't fall off.
The horses call post right now for the 5th race. Maiden fillies and mare sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. There are no program changes. 8 start. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. This one kicks off the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Fast main track, 6th race. Race 6, maiden fillies mares turf mile, course good. Rail at 36 feet on the Caesars course. Fast track here, 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Micah Meeks with Miss Monroe County. The mare first in. Now the rest of the fillies. Zoom Isla. Danny Sheehy has a win on the card. Summer Pauly with Ready Money making her bow. Be the Glory. Joseph Bilmer on the Tuesday score sheet. Now Fernando Letta Cruz with the Juddmonte newcomer, La Morna Inn. Axel Concepcion, Point in Time has joined, 2 back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Contrary Mary, the daughter of Uncle Mo. So stand by at 6 furlongs, 1 more. Victor Carrasco with Gendini. She was 3rd on Turfway Park debut. Main track fast over light showers, and they're off. Gendini broke well. There goes La Morna Inn, straight out toward the front for Fernando Letta Cruz, so making her first voyage. La Morna Inn leads them from toward the inside, Miss Monroe County, who's right off La Morna Inn's heels as they go past the half-mile pole. Contrary Mary is also right there running into 3rd now. Point in Time next in 4th. To the inside, Ready Money is running in 5th. Then between horses, Zoom Isla in tight quarters at the 3.5. Gendini takes a wider angle of attack, and Be the Glory has dropped back to last. They round the far turn. The quarter was 22.08 seconds. They have inside 3 furlongs left. And it's La Morna Inn. La Morna Inn, as Contrary Mary is coming with a bid as these maiden fillies of mare turn for home. Miss Monroe County joined toward the inside by Ready Money, who's coming on through. Top of the stretch, it's La Morna Inn. Ready Money continues to charge up the rail. On the outside, Contrary Mary needs to lift in the final furlong. It is for Fernando Letta Cruz. In front, the daughter of Munnings, La Morna Inn. And toward the inside, Ready Money, second best to this newcomer. La Morna Inn, Fernando Letta Cruz or Brad Cox, a Juddmonte victory. La Morna Inn has won it by 2. Ready Money was second. Contrary Mary was 3rd. And the next 3, Gendini with Zoom Isla and Point in Time. $110.34 after the maiden distaff dash. 110.34, 324, and 4th is a photo 3. La Morna Inn, Juddmonte newcomer first. 2, Ready Money, second in a good effort. The 4, Contrary Mary was 3rd. A 3-way go for 4th. That's up to the judges. Zoom Isla was there. Stand by for the 4th. That's to the 5. Zoom Isla gets into the frame. It is 3-2-4. 5 runs 4-3. Munnings filly, one of the newcomers here, La Morna Inn. Fernando Letta Cruz, Brad Cox, a Juddmonte victory, 3-2. There's La Morna Inn. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the Blue 3, La Morning Inn with Fernando de la Cruz. La Morning Inn is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Munnings out of Wool of Compassion by Jimmy Creed. Brad Cox trains. The winner's owned by Juddmont, bred in Kentucky by her owner. Brad Cox assisted here by Ricky Giannini. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of La Morning Inn. Results in after the maiden distaff sprint. 3-2 exacta paid out $51.40. 50-cent trifecta, $71.15. 7-3 double paid $245.20. Zoom Milo was fourth in a photo. 10-cent superfecta. 3-2-4-5 returned $79.35. 50-cent pick 3, $285.80. The $1 early pick 4 daily starts on our second of the day. 4 out of 4. 2,000, $728.50. And here's the result on the 50-cent early pick 5. 5 out of 5. Returned $2,200, $17.55. Favorite was first, all they ran, 110.34, fast track. The one on the turf today is the Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Mile. 20 minutes away from it, race 6, a dozen run. No changes in the Maiden Turf Mile. Exacta trifecta superfecta. First time of the day, 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta featured on the card. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:43. Debut. Main track fast on the light showers, and they're off. Gendini broke well. There goes La Morna Inn, straight out toward the front for Fernando de la Cruz, so making her first voyage. La Morna Inn leads them from toward the inside, Miss Monroe County, who's right off La Morna Inn's heels as they go past the half-mile pole. Contrary Mary is also right there running into third now, point in time. Next in fourth. To the inside, Ready Money is running in fifth. Then between horses, Zoom Isla in tight quarters at the 3.5. Giandini takes a wider angle of attack, and Be the Glory has dropped back to last. They round the far turn. The quarter was 22.08 seconds. They have inside 3 furlongs left, and it's La Morna Inn. La Morna Inn, as Contrary Mary is coming with a bid as these maiden fillies of mare turn for home. Miss Monroe County joined toward the inside by Ready Money, who's coming on through. Top of the stretch, it's La Morna Inn. Ready Money continues to charge up the rail. On the outside, Contrary Mary needs to lift in the final furlong. It is for Fernando de la Cruz. In front, the daughter of Munnings, La Morna Inn. And toward the inside, Ready Money, second best to this newcomer. La Morna Inn, Fernando de la Cruz or Brad Cox, a Juddmont victory. La Morna Inn has won it by 2. Ready Money was
we are 9 minutes to race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is just what a time to be alive. We're back on the grass, you guys. And that rain was real light. So thank goodness for that, because whenever we get a lot at the one time, but wasn't the case here. This is a 3-year-old and an up, maiden claiming for 30, and it's fillies and mares right now. We got no scratches, obviously. I mean, who doesn't want to run on the grass today? A full 12-horse field. The 8 is the favorite. I am going to go against the heavy favorite, or the favorite here. Yep, 2-1. Knew that was going to happen. With Cat Island, half expected to look down and see Wayne Catalano listed on here, but what a really nice looking filly. I mean, she is muscular. She's got that deep barreled chest. She looks sleek and quick. Definitely looks turfy. This horse is a 3-year-old filly by Catalina Cruiser out of tail of the Cat Dam Vanilla Cat. This one is definitely, I think, got the numbers to be able. It's been a while, but she's shown some nice ones in the past. So hasn't ran since Keeneland, April 17th. We're just going to go ahead and put a line through that one because she kind of, I mean, it says shuffled, but it was quite the traffic jam. She ended up, before that, at Turfway on the Poly doing well. She did ran on the turf at Gulfstream, and that's the race I love. Now, don't mind the finish. Look at the way she ran that whole race, and it was only her second out ever, after a second with Irad at Keeneland on April 23rd last year. So she goes to Gulfstream, and that was, like I said, that was on the dirt. So then we were on the grass. She looked so good, and the numbers were tremendous there on that race. And she was going the distance today as well of a mile. So I'm going to go Cat Island. Oscar Villarreal is up. She's had a second and a third. She's got some form too. And then I'm going to go with the 8. Is 2-1, our favorite, and that is She's Chloe. Chloe is one of my daughter's best friends that was here yesterday as well, so that's a little bit of luck. She did the t-shirt toss for us. Declan Cannon is aboard here, this 3-year-old filly, who is bred and owned by JDT Racing. That's Jim Tilton. And Brendan Walsh is the conditioner. Now, Brendan's horses that come here fire, obviously, he's high percentage trainer. But this one was at Gulfstream on the grass. And really, if you look at these races, other than the March 21st race, he was 5th by 8. The other ones, he only missed by a length and a quarter, a length and a quarter, a length and 3/4. So this horse, even though it's been 3rd, 4th, and even 6th, he's in the mix still. On top of that, In Timing came back to win, and then Justified Gift, we all know who that's by, ended up coming back to win too. Got a little wide, kind of did a cool move and cut the corner. I just think that she's got talent, and I don't think she's shown it. I think she's going to love the grass here. And then we're going to go to the 3, that 7-1, Added Touch. Fernando winning that last race for Ricky and Brad Cox, obviously, and an assistant, Ricky Giannini. Fernando up here for Victoria Oliver. He's got a good shot at a double. I love the price on this filly as well. And fits in here. Now, this horse has been in Indiana, mainly Florida and in a couple Kentucky races, but this horse did run here November 6th of 2024. Then the horse only ran a few times in 2025, got close in a maiden claiming for 50, but that was off. It got taken off the turf then that time. So I don't know. I kind of maybe think they added her thinking it might rain. I would want to see what she does on turf again. I actually have her in my stable to kind of try to watch her. I would love to get her out of there. Is she a dark gray? She's a chestnut. She's a really pretty girl. But they're keeping her calm in the back of that stall, which is what I like to see. The breeding on her also, it gives me the feels frosted and then a Scat Daddy dam. I visited the farm. I can't remember which farm Scat Daddy was at, but he was one of the favorites, really. Personally, just a little personal note, I guess. 783 here for me. The 7 now. Oh, shocker! You all have made it the favorite at 2-1. Good luck.
The horses called Postford for the 6th race. This is the one today, Carter, for the turf course rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet, here a field of 12. 12 run in the maiden fillies turf mile. No changes. 12 start. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent grand high five. First pentafecta featured on the Tuesday matinee. The start of another rolling double in pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the one and only time on the card, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Lady of Lords. The first of the 12 maiden fillies to take her spot within the starting gate. Oscar Villarreal with Cat Island. Amir Mendoza with Once More. Loading up, Declan Cannon, She's Chloe, like Lady of Lords, both for Brendan Walsh. She's Chloe wended well. Added Touch will be a double for Fernando Letta Cruz on the day. Added Touch is in. Adam Beschitza with Kyler drew post 9. All 12 start over the mile. William Anton Giorgi III with Snow Globe. 21-1 on Snow Globe. Joe Ramos with Nancy Mack. Axel Concepcion, Tash Spice coming up. Tash Spice went in okay. Fallon, Joseph Bimmer. Went on the card, couple to back. Rodney Prescott with Artello to post 11. One more, Irving Moncada with Candy Mirage. Course rated good, turf rail at 36 feet. Up comes Candy Mirage. All in. Ready. Over the mile. And they're off. Snow Globe in a white cap. Once more with early interest. And here's Fallon, who's up and after the lead. And there goes Candy Mirage streaking to the front for Irving Moncada with an early blitz at 75-1. Candy Mirage leads Fallon out to the stretch, and they have 6 furlongs to go. Once More is right up with them, running in third, and then in between horses. As they go to the back of the course, that is Tash Spice in tight quarters. Tash Spice took back over Philly's heels. With Snow Globe on the outside of Kyler, Tash Spice got to check back through the first turn run. Then outside of Tash Spice, Artella is next, making this run past the half-mile pole after breaking sharp enough. She's Chloe. Settles in here in the mile for Declan Cannon. Then comes toward the inside, Cat Island with, on the outside, Added Touch, who's running in 10th. Then comes farther back to Nancy Mack in 11th, and Lady of Lords trails the dozen. 22.79 for the lead part, half 46.51 on a good course. They round the far turn, and Fallon is first with 3 furlongs to go. Here's Once More, and on the outside is with this bid Snow Globe. They've come past Fallon. Once More is first run past the quarter pole for Amir Mendoza from Snow Globe. Fallon is back to third, and she's Chloe is picking up. Following her is Cat Island and Kyler in between fillies. 3/4 woman at 12.30 seconds. Once More is 90-1 and is a furlong away as She's Chloe continues to chip away at the lead. Cat Island is finishing well down the center of the course. Once More just clings on. Will be a huge shocker. She's Chloe on the outside. She's Chloe. She's Chloe might have just pipped. Long odds. Once More right at the finish. Nancy Mack, Cat Island, and Lady of Lords, they were next. .138.66 after the maiden fillies turf mile. Gets the heart racing. It is a win photograph. Hold all tickets. We're standing by for the judge's verdict. 138.66. It was 6-1 on the 8. She's Chloe. It was 90-1 on 2 once more. There in the win photo. It's gone to the 8. She's Chloe. 2 once more denied. And the maiden fillies turf mile, number 5, Nancy Mack. 52-1 third. 7, Cat Island. 5-2 fourth, and the 4 Snow Globe holds fifth over Lady of Lords. 8-2-5-7 Ford, Declan Cannon for Brendan Walsh, Jim Tilton's JDT Racing. They bred the daughter of Gift Box, Florida bred. She's Chloe off the mark in her 5th run. She got up in time. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 8, She's Chloe. He's Declan Cannon, the winning rider. She's Chloe is a 4-year-old gray roan filly by Gift Box. Out of Delta Girl by Majestic Warrior, Brendan Walsh trains for Jim Tilton's JDT Racing LLC. The winner was bred in Florida by Jim Tilton. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of She's Chloe at 6-1, got up. Once more at 90-1, denied right at the finish. The result of the 6th race, Maiden Fillies Turf Mile, official. 8-2 Exacta came down to a win photo, $792.40. The Pentafecta will carry over to race 7 next. Fast Track. 50-cent trifecta, 825, paid $1,435.10. 3-8 double, $24.80. Pentafecta. On to the 7th race sprint feature of the day will be $2,779. That's a 7th race sprint Pentafecta carryover. 3-8 double, $24.80. 10-cent superfecta, Cat Island 4th, $1,958.46. Nobody had Snow Globe in 5th. Lady of Lords was 6th. So the Pentafecta carries over, and the 50-cent pick 3 paid $292.15. When capped off by She's Chloe. All 12 ran 138.66. 21 minutes away from the sprint feature. Scratch 6 High Speed Justice and 11 Kittens Song. Scratch the 6 and number 11 from the race card today. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, as noted. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta carryover, $2,779. The sprint starts, the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double. And it also begins the final 50-cent rolling pick 3 of the day. Fast Track for the rest of the way. Post time, 5:16. Over the mile. And they're off. Snow Globe in a white cap. Once more with early interest, and here's Fallon, who's up and after the lead, and there goes Candy Mirage streaking to the front for Irving Moncada with an early blitz at 75-1. Candy Mirage leads Fallon out to the stretch, and they have 6 furlongs to go. Once more is right up with them, running in third, and then in between horses. As they go to the back of the course, that is Tash Spice in tight quarters. Tash Spice took back over Filly's heels. With Snow Globe on the outside of Kyler, Tash Spice got to check back through the first turn run. Then outside of Tash Spice, Artella is next, making this run past the half-mile pole after breaking sharp enough. She's Chloe. Settles in here in the mile for Declan Cannon. Then comes toward the inside, Cat Island with, on the outside, Added Touch, who's running in 10th. Then comes farther back to Nancy Mack in 11th, and Lady Lords trails the dozen. 22.79 for the lead part, half 46.51 on a good course. They round the far turn, and Fallon is first with 3 furlongs to go. Here's Once More, and on the outside is with this bid Snow Globe. They've come past Fallon. Once More is first run past the quarter pole for Amir Mendoza from Snow Globe. Fallon is back to third, and she's Chloe is picking up. Following her is Cat Island and Kyler in between fillies. 3/4 1 minute 12.30 seconds. Once More is 90-1, and is a furlong away as she's Chloe continues to chip away at the lead. Cat Island is finishing well down the center of the course. Once More just clings on. Will be a huge shocker. She's Chloe on the outside. She's Chloe might have just pipped. Long odds. Once More right at the finish. Nancy
Well, one could say we avoided a massive upset as the 90-1 shot gets nailed on the wire, but not very often today's racing world. You see a 9-5 projected to go off at 3-1, loads at 3-1, and goes off at 6-1, paying $14.20. I'm sure everyone's talking about that on social media right now, how the odds went up and the bettors got paid. That backed that Brendan Walsh player at 6-1. A huge overlay in price if you had that one on top. Congratulations to those who did and enjoy an odds runner that did go up in the right direction. We'll go back out to the main track for the remaining portion of this card. Now just 10 minutes away from race 7. Scratch number 6 and 11 out of this event. We'll head down to the paddock after scratching High Speed Justice and Kitten Song. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. An allowance group kicks off today's $5 late daily double. An opportunity that you do not want to miss very often here at Horseshoe Indianapolis because it has been paying generously plenty lately. And I'm going to look no further than your inside runner in Zealous Justice. I think this is the speed of the speed. Now, I was wrong on Aaron West earlier today. I played against his first-time starters for Terry Stevens, and they made me look a fool. In fact, they ran first and second on debut in the opener, but I'm hopeful that Zealous Justice can do what the stablemates did earlier, show a ton of early speed and hold on late. Zealous Justice ran on the slop last time out against a field very similar to this one. It was the first start since November 13th in which they ran in a $100,000 stakes race, going a little bit further than I think she ultimately wants to go. That was around 2 turns on closing day. She cut back and she ran a huge effort, just getting nailed by Prayer Unbridled. Now, couple of things going in her direction. She ran on a sloppy racetrack. It was her first start off the long layoff. Second out is a huge number for Aaron West. Now, he does do a very good job off the layoff, but he also wins second out at an unbelievable 35% win rate. He's got Sammy Bermudez aboard, and I think this is the quickest of the group for Justice Farms. We'll see if their homebred can get out of the non-winners of 2 condition in here with Zealous Justice, who's got one way to go. That's right to the lead to play Catch Me If You Can. But after that, we'll take a look at the 8 horse in here. A little bit of a price with Just Like Mamie, Alberto Burgos, and Mr. Robert Ray trying to get their homebred home a winner in here for Kenny Miller. 4 starts, 1 win, and 1/3. Likes to come from just off the pace. So if the one horse does back up, Just Like Mimi should be in a perfect spot. This horse ran on opening day on a fast main track and got the job done at a huge number at 23-1 and really wasn't dismissed all that poorly against winners for the first time. Came back well spaced a month later, ran an even running 3rd and just barely lost to our top selection. So as you can tell, I think that May 5th race in the slop is a live race. If not, I would fade both of these two, but I'm playing that both of them are very live. You're going to get a much better price on Just Like Mamie. 10-1 versus 5-2 right now. We'll see if this one can continue to improve, as Burgos has been aboard in both the first and the 3rd place finish this season thus far for the lightly raced 3-year-old filly who has to deal with older in here. But the 3 is Negra Noche. Santos Sanja already a winner on the day. He looks to get Tony Duran another win. He's been red hot recently. He's had a couple of stakes victories or handicaps to his name, winning at nearly 20%. This one I desperately wanted to put on top. Was bet down to the 6-5 favorite on a debut in which they broke sharp, quickly cleared off, and once they were headed, they just kept fighting on, digging down deep and finding more, and never looked like a loser. They were well meant that day, and they got the job done on debut for Rancho Monarca. But there was a gap in the workouts. That was the only thing that I was slightly concerned about. From April 11th to April 30th, whether it was their fault or no fault of their own, they did not get a published workout. That's not ideal. Now you have to take on winners for the first time off of a layoff and also take on older. That's my only concern, but there's absolutely upside in here at an overlay price on the undefeated animal, Negra Noche, at 9-1 in here. But a lot of the money has come in on John Langmar and Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Spooky Hollow Racing, Hungry Reggae. She could not have been any more impressive on May 12th, but she comes back on 2 weeks rest. Can she run up to what she did just a couple of weeks ago? We're about to find out. 6 minutes away from that $5 late daily double, 15% takeout, and it's an excellent opportunity. And here you've got a wide open group of fillies all looking for another victory in their career, on a fast main track at Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
The fillies called postward now for the 7th race. Sprint feature of the day over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 9. Scratch the 6 High Speed Justice and 11 Kittens Song. Scratch the 6 and the number 11. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Here a 10-cent Grand High Five Pentafecta Carryover. Pentafecta Carryover stands at $2,779. Sprint is the first half of the $5 last call. Late Thoroughbred Double. Start here the final 50-cent pick 3 featured on the day. Fast Track, 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. The Phillies sprint feature of the day with that carryover in the 10-cent pentafecta. That's the grand high five of $2,779. New wagering dollars in for a pentafecta carryover. Scratch the 6 and 11 here. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fernando de la Cruz with She So Elite. Sam Ramirez with Zealous Justice. Joins She So Elite. Jose Gutierrez with Starry Eyed Justice. Rodney Prescott, I Forgot It. Now Alberto Burgos with Just Like Mamie, taking her position within the starting gate. Negra Noche, Santos Sanjor has a win on the card. Marcelino Pavioso Jr., Hungry Reggae, was the last out maiden winner. Fast Track. Hungry Reggae loaded. Negra Noche. Right now, Zealous Justice and Hungry Reggae joint 2-1 favorites at 5.5 furlongs. 8-1 Negra Noche. Santos Sanjor with a win on the card. Climbing back on board Negra Noche. She drew 3, 2 back. Irving Moncada here with Indiana Smoke Show. One more. Amir Mendoza, Relentless Chick. She was twice started here as a juvenile last season. It's the sprint feature from Horseshoe Indianapolis, all in mind. Ready. Let's listen in.
Can you back her out, Sally? Back her out and put him on.
Set. And the Rolf. Negra Noche was slow to go. Starry-Eyed Justice comes out swinging. Good speed from Relentless Chick with an early engagement. Right there is Indiana Smoke Show, and Just Like Mimi is running a close fourth for Alberto Burgos, making his dash past the half-mile pole. Zealous Justice, in the meantime, is back in fifth. She's So Elite is sixth in between horses in tight quarters, and the gray Hungry Reggae strides up with a move at the 3.5. I Forgot It is running second to last and slow starting. Negra Noche trails the Philly Sprint. Blazing pace on. 21.89 for the lead part, and it's Relentless Chick. For Amir Mendoza, Relentless Chick has taken the lead on the edge of the quarter pole from Starry-Eyed Justice, who looks to kick with Relentless Chick, and here's Hungry Reggae, who's sweeping into action. Right there, Indiana Smoke Show between horses. Zealous Justice and a red cap with the rail. It's a toss-up. 1 furlong to go. Starry-Eyed Justice with Relentless Chick. Indiana Smoke Show moves up a gap toward the inside. Just Like Mamie, Hungry Reggae is under pressure. Past the 16th. It is Relentless Chick, and toward the inside, Starry-Eyed Justice. Relentless Chick has won it from Starry-Eyed Justice in a driving one. Indiana Smoke Show was third, Just Like Mamie was fourth. Zealous Justice, Hungry Reggae flattened through the stretch. She's So Elite, I Forgot It, and Negra Noche trailed throughout. 104.21, it was the sprint feature of the day from the shoe. .21 seconds. Relentless Chick, Starry-Eyed Justice, Indiana Smoke Show, Just Like Mamie. Hungry Reggae, Zealous Justice, Not Today from just off the pace. She's So Elite beat home, I Forgot It. And we trail back to Negra Noche after botching the break last home. 10-7, 4-8-9, 104.21, Relentless Chick. First up in 2026, the Shagaff filly, Amir Mendoza, finishes on top for Gennaro Garcia. She was 3-1. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 10, Relentless Chick with Amir Mendoza. Relentless Chick is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Shagaff out of Moon Mining by Orb. Racing for trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle. They're Relentless Chick. $10.7 exacta paid $129.80. 50-cent trifecta, 10.74, $273.75. 8-10 double paid $69.40. Hungry Reggae was fifth for the 10-cent pentafecta, $1,646.84. That grand high five had a carryover going in. Just Like Mamie was fourth. Hungry Reggae fifth. The 10-cent superfecta paid out $272.91 on 10.748. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Relentless Chick, making her first run of the year. 3-8 with the 10 paid $77.10. 9 face starter Oscar Kilos, 104.21. Race 8 of 9. In the next maiden sprint, scratch the 2 Runway Showstopper. 2 Runway Showstopper has been scratched. In the 9th, that's a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. 9th race, scratch the 11. That's an also eligible. Kiss Me Over Politics. 8 VRS Beach Please, the jockey Francisco Quintero. Francisco Quintero rides 8 VRS Beach Please and the quarter horse maiden dash. Fast Track, post time 5:46. And the Rolf. Negra Noche was slow to go. Starry-Eyed Justice comes out swinging. Good speed from Relentless Chick with an early engagement. Right there is Indiana Smoke Show. And just like Mimi is running a close fourth for Alberto Burgos, making his dash past the half-mile pole. Zealous Justice, in the meantime, is back in 5th. She's So Elite is 6th in between horses in tight quarters. And the gray, Hungry Reggae, strides up with a move at the 3.5. I Forgot It is running second to last and slow starting. Negra Noche trails the Philly Sprint. Blazing pace on. 21.89 for the lead part, and it's Relentless Chick. For Amir Mendoza, Relentless Chick has taken the lead on the edge of the quarter pole. From Starry-Eyed Justice, who looks to kick with Relentless Chick, and here's Hungry Reggae, who's sweeping into action. Right there, Indiana Smoke Show between horses. Zealous Justice and a red cap with the rail. It's a toss-up. 1 furlong to go. Starry-Eyed Justice with Relentless Chick. Indiana Smoke Show moves up a gap toward the inside. Just like Mamie, Hungry Reggae is under pressure. Past the 16th. It is Relentless Chick, and toward the inside, Starry-Eyed Justice. Relentless Chick has won it from Starry-Eyed Justice in a driving one. Indiana Smoke Show is...
Made it to the last and final thoroughbred race of a Tuesday. Certainly felt like a Monday-ish Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but thankfully that tomorrow we'll be at Hump Day here at Horseshoe Indy, something most of us usually look forward to on the racetrack. But let's take a look at this last thoroughbred race in here. We're in a day in which a couple of inches would have brought home potentially a 90-1 shot, and Starry Justice just nailed on the line as well for Relentless Chick, who returns $8.80. It's been a day of decent prices and overlays here at Horseshoe Indy. We'll see if that trend will continue. Do scratch number 2, Runaway Showstopper, out of this event. I'm going to go yet again long shot hunting in here, see if we can't, or excuse me, get beaten favorite in here. I think the 5 is going to go off fairly favored at appeasing, but I'm going to try Party in the Club. DeVars Douglas just had a winner yesterday. Looks for another one in here. 5-time second and third place finisher from the 7 starts is likely going to be your clear second choice. Evan Roman going to be aboard. He celebrated his 1,000th win just a couple of weeks ago, and since then he's continued to pick up pieces each and every time he's in the saddle, winning at 16%. This will be the 3rd start of the cycle for Party in the Club, who ran here on April 29th, about 1 month ago, nearly to the day, and was the beaten favorite at 1-5. Now, the bettors, I expected them to hop off, as I typically would after losing at 1-5. However, horse had a little bit of a troubled trip, came back on 3 weeks rest that day and had a little bit of an awkward start in which they somewhat faded in the lane, and filly named Bruz was a first-time starter who meant business for the Ethan West gang, and the first-time starter really ran away and hit, got a 67 buyer on debut, and the reason that Roman was not aboard of that day is because he was on the winner. So now he comes back in here. I think it was a better than it looks third-place finish. Bet down to 1-5 was should have never been 1-5, especially against that group in here. Now you get a little bit decent of a price at 5-2 for a horse who's been knocking on the door, 3rd start of the cycle. I think that if there's a day at this maiden special weight level, it's going to be this one. Otherwise, you may see a class drop in the near future for Party in the Club. But the 6 is a first-time starter in here, and there's plenty of first-time starters between the 4, 6, and 7, but they're all hard to separate. Micah Meek's going to be calling the shots for Pacific Mischief, 3-year-old filly by Top Draw. If you're not familiar with Top Draw, that's okay. I wasn't overly familiar with the sire either, because the sire banked $154,000, had 4 wins from starts, and this is the first foal to make it to the racetrack that I can find for Top Draw. There's Pacific Mischief, Top Mischief, as well as First Down Draw, but none have made it to the racetrack quite yet. So this will be the stud debut for Top Draw in here out of Cafe Pacific. Cafe Pacific, she was decent on the racetrack. She only made it to the track 4 times, but she did win the finale of her career in her 4th start at Lone Star before going to the breeding shed. She's produced some runners with some early speed, very precocious early on. They show great gate speed, not a whole lot of endurance or stamina built up. We'll see if Pacific Mischief can break on top and maybe carry them home. Do get a 7-pound weight break with Miss Micah Meeks aboard. 5.5 furlongs should be right up Pacific Mischief's alley, and we'll see if Top Draw, the sire debut, can be a winning one, but they're going to have to contend with Antonio Duran's Wosey's Promise. Santo Sanger already a winner on the day. He had a little bit of a troubled trip last time out. Horse leaned into the gate. Looked like it trapped his ankle or his foot, but he's no worse for the wear. These guys are awfully tough, and he's no different. Getting Lasix for the first time on debut as a 3-year-old filly by Holiday Promise out of Wosey in here for Rancho Monarca. And Wosey was a 2-time winner, banked just about $42,000, and she hasn't produced a win yet. She only had one other foal that has made it to the racetrack for Gennaro Garcia, who raced back in 2024, and that was Cuz It's True, 2-year-old filly by Brody's Cause, who just never really had much going in the way of her favor. So Santo Sanger, Antonio Duran, a long shot price in here at 12-1, but all of the money is on appeasing. A 3-year-old filly for Aaron West, Sammy Bermudez. This horse just does not have a lot of finish. I noted it at 2, and again, it showed its ugly face that final 16th of a mile at 3. A lot of speed, looks like a winner at the top of the lane, and just can't find a finish. Maybe she finds a finish. Maybe she finds her friends today. The breeding is certainly there. She's a half to the kid Pataki, who's won about over $250,000. So appeasing has some expectations to live up to, being a half to the kid Pataki. And appeasing runs very much like the Kipataki did early on in the career. Maybe with some races and endurance under her belt, she'll find a finish today. Second start off of the layoff. For your likely favorite, the horse to catch to cash. But I'm going to take your current favorite in here, Party into Club. Whether you're partying tonight or studying for tomorrow, we hope to see you back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But stick around. Still plenty of more fun as Martha Clausen takes you through the quarter horse race here at the Shoe.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 8th race. This maiden 3-year-old fillies dash over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. 8 to face the starter. Scratch the 2, Runway Showstopper. Scratch the 2. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Another 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured here on the maiden. This starts our final double on the card. 9th race again, closing the day with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards. Fast track. 9th race there, a scratch and a jockey change. Take out the also eligible 11, Kiss Me Over Politics. And 8, VRS Beach Please. Francisco Quintero rides the number 8, VRS Beach Please. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Maiden fillies coming up. Micah Meeks with Pacific Mischief. She's first to be installed. Rodney Prescott with Miss Candy Pop. Irving Moncada, Lady Chaos making her bow. Lady Chaos went in okay. Miss Candy Pop joins. Evan Roman with Party in the Club. Alex Ashard, here's a newcomer. All Gray Tune. Calculator filly, All Gray Tune. Loads 12-1, it's 3-2, Party in the Club. Sammy Bermudez with Appeasing waiting to load. Santo Sanjo with Wosey's Promise. Just a couple in back. Appeasing in, one more. Fernando de la Cruz and 3 times started Justice on the Rail. All in line. The rough and sprinting. Wosey's Promise and the newcomer All Great Tune were both slow to go. All Great Tune drew spot to last. It's Miss Candy Pop. Appeasing in the purple cap and one of those last away. Wosey's Promise now making a dash for it from the rail for Santo Sanjor. Joins the battle with Appeasing out in front. Miss Candy Pop's in a white cap. In the meantime, Party in the Club strides up nicely for Evan Roman with a bid, and they have just over 3 furlongs to go. Then toward the inside comes Pacific Mischief, who's next as they round the far turn that way, joined by Justice on the Rail. The newcomer, Lady Chaos, held up second to last with Irving Moncada, and All Great Tune has dropped back to last. The quarter 21.91 seconds. These maiden 3-year-old fillies turn for home. With Sarah Bermudez, it's Appeasing. Appeasing top of the lane. Appeasing's out in front. Has 3 lengths to hold and a furlong to do some. Here comes Party in the Club. And Lady Chaos, she is just lifting on the far outside. The daughter of Turbo Compressor. It's Lady Chaos with toward the inside. Party in the Club. Party in the Club and Lady Chaos. Lady Chaos prevails over Party in the Club. 8 lengths away. Third was close between Wosey's Promise and Appeasing. Miss Candy Pop finished back in 5th. .104.53 after the maiden. 104.53. 7-8, and then a show photo, 7 Lady Chaos. rallies home at 5-1 over 8. Party in the Club, 5-2, reeled in by the newcomer Lady Chaos. 104.53. Here it is for third and fourth. Wosie's Promise, 28-1 third, broke dead last along with Old Grey Tune. 5 Appeasing was fourth, and 10-1 there's Miss Candy Pop fifth. 7-8, 4-5-1 in the maiden 3-year-old fillies dash. Justice on the Rail from Pacific Mischief and Old Grey Tune. So Irving Moncada getting on the score sheet here for Rob Dobbs Jr. Turbo Compressor filly, Lady Chaos. That was a nice rally to win it. Results official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 7, Lady Chaos. Irving Moncada had the red rally cap on. Lady Chaos is a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Turbo Compressor. The Sky Mesa mare, Corsica, kicked it in for Rob Dobbs Jr., owners Ken Sento, Judy Doris, and Dan Lynch. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this newcomer, Lady Chaos. The 7-8 exacta paid $45. 50-cent trifecta, 7-8-4, $121.90. 10 and 7 for that $5 last call thoroughbred double, and even $158. 50-cent late fire 5, $13,053.90 today on 5 of 5. The $1 Itoba presented late pick 4, $721.60. Appeasing was 4th. Miss Candy Pop 5th. The 10-cent superfecta, 7845 paid $78.72. 50-cent pick 3, $134.65. And that dime pentafecta, $190.78. 8 face starter Oscar Kilos, 104.53 after the maiden filly sprint, 104.53. And the 9th, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Scratch the also eligible 11, Kiss Me Over Politics. Scratch the 11. 8 VRS Beach Please, Francisco Quintero rides the 8 VRS Beach Please. Exacta trifecta superfecta on the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time 6:13. They're off and sprinting. Wosie's Promise and the newcomer Old Grey Tune were both slow to go. Old Grey Tune drew spot to last. It's Miss Candy Pop, appeasing in the purple cap, and one of those last away. Wosie's Promise now making a dash for it from the rail for Santos Sanjor. Joins the battle with appeasing out in front. Miss Candy Pop's in a white cap. In the meantime, Party in the Club strides up nicely for Evan Roman with a bid, and they have just over 3 furlongs to go. Then toward the inside comes Pacific Mischief, who's next as they round the far turn that way, joined by Justice on the Rail. The newcomer, Lady Chaos, held up second to last with Irving Moncada, and Old Grey Tune has dropped back to last. The quarter 21.91 seconds. These maiden 3-year-old fillies turn for home. With Sarah Munez, it's appeasing. Appeasing top of the lane. Appeasing's out in front. Has 3 lengths to hold and a furlong to do some. Here comes Party in the Club. And Lady Chaos, she is just lifting on the front outside. The daughter of Turbo Compressor. It's Lady Chaos with toward the inside. Party in the Club. Party in the Club and Lady Chaos. Lady Chaos prevails over Party in the Club. 8 lengths away, third was close between Wosie's.
very memorable Memorial Day card here yesterday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We had some great thoroughbred action. We had really good promotions and a lot of festivities for the fans. And then we closed out the program with 2 quarter horse races for 2-year-olds. Oh, you never know what you're going to get with the babies, but they really put on a good show. So I just always like to take a quick moment and congratulate the winners, because 2-year-old season is very competitive. You're hoping these horses will do well in their first race and keep going as they run in futurity trials, and then hopefully earn the distinction of winning one of those championships. So congratulations to Pam Hahn and Tony Cunningham. Hot Stepper, Z was just about perfect from gate to wire. And then I had sort of questioned if Jazz Solo could handle the rail. Oh yes, yeah, he handled it really beautifully and just got out quickly and never was touched. So that was Jazz Solo for owner Francisco Javier Rodriguez and trainer Claudio Barazza. All right, well, we've got more 2-year-old action in our final finale. It's going to be 250 yards, and these are registered Indiana breds, and they're competing for a purse of $18,000. So let's take a look at a few of the ones that I think are going to be in the hunt. And I'll begin with number 5, and that's Cyber Beach, who's making the debut for trainer Tim Eggleston and owner Buddy Presley. Solid pedigree on this 2-year-old, sired by Cyber Monday, who's an AQHA champion, and out of a Escondido Beach mare. So pretty good. Sherry Miller is the breeder, and she's just pretty much top of the game in Indiana. I mean, there's a lot of exceptional breeders, but Sherry really got the ball rolling with Escondido Beach. This gelding had a pretty decent training race on April 24th, kind of finished in 14.22 seconds. That's good. And going to be ridden by Eduardo Diaz. So that's my top choice, Cyber Beach. Let's go next to number 2, and that's TW Cowboy First Down. Tom Wiley's homebred, who's going to debut for Natasha Perez and her rider, jockey Diego Bocanegra. This is another well-bred juvenile. He's sired by Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Whew. Those are fast babies, fast, okay? And Dam is a first down dash mare. He was second in training race, but the time was pretty good, 14.20. So we'll go next to number 9, and that's CV Dynasty, one of 2 entrants trained by Claudio Barazza. And as we mentioned, he did have a win yesterday. He actually bred the son of FDD Dynasty. Edgar Diaz, who's his veteran go-to rider, has the call for owner Campos Family Ventures. They wrapped up the leading owner title 2 years in a row, so you always have to respect that trio. Okay, so let's finish up my top 4 with number 7, and that's Edson's Wagon, who fired a 220-yard bullet work. Not necessarily a training race, but just went to the gate 220 yards and a very fast 10.81 seconds. That really stood out. When you say bullet, that means the fastest of those working at that distance that day. Trained by Ron Raper, who's given the mount to Christian Penaloza, and the 2 of them have been pretty good so far this season. This gelding is by On the Wagon, bred by Amy Youngblood Peoples. So 5-2-9-7 for my top selections. But check this out. Yesterday, 2 10-cent pentafectors were offered. The first one paid $3,047. The second one returned a paltry $472. I'm kidding. But obviously the payouts have been phenomenal. So I always make sure that you might want to consider one more horse on my fringe of my top 4, but something you might consider, and that would be number 6, Ruby's First Kiss on your ticket. That's a gelding by Kiss My Hawks, making his first appearance on the racetrack for current leading trainer Tony Cunningham. Now that's it for today. Enjoy the race. We'll see you back tomorrow and Thursday. Don't forget, all quarter horse day, Saturday morning, bright and early, 10:45. We'll talk more about it over the next couple days.
The horses call posted now for the 9th race. Capping off the card with this quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Fast track a field of 10. Scratch the also eligible 11 Kiss Me over Politics. 8 VRS Beach Please. Francisco Quintero rides. Reported overweights. The 1 Flash and Ferrari 1, 2, 3 plus 6. Number 2 TW Cowboy First Down plus 3. 3 LM Valencia plus 6. 4 Susie Brown 2 extra pounds. 6 Ruby's First Kiss plus 7. 8 VRS Beach Please plus 2. 9 CV Dynasty 2 over, and 10 DNA Political Zoomer 4 over the reported overweights. Scratch the AE number 11. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. This one features the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta and due off real soon. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Flashin' Ferrari 1, 2, 3. First to take her position in the starting gate.
Hey, back out the one.
TW Cowboy First Down.
Keep going. He's coming. He's coming.
We have a loose horse. It's Susie Brown. with an assist to jockey Fernando Morin. He's now back on board the Pay Me Brown filly, Susie Brown, being led back by the outrider to the 250 start. There she is, out to 20 to 1. Now TW, Cowboy first downloaded. Flash in Ferrari 1, 2, 3 to retake her spot. Ruby's first kiss went in okay. Adam Lencha has a white cap for Tony Cunningham. Edson's wagon went in well. Adam Lencha joins up at the 250. VRS Beach Please. CV Dynasty. Now Susie Brown facing up to the gate, staring at 19 to 1. Now 20 to 1 on Susie Brown. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Cyber Beach. There's two back. 250 yards on a fast track, so stand by. One more DNA Political Zoomer. Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. It's the last of the day over the 250. They're in the gate. Susie Brown, after running off pre-start, just flipped in the starting gate. Susie Brown, stand by for a late scratch. Late scratch after flipping within the starting gate. Number 4, Susie Brown now out. All wagers here on 4, Susie Brown. There will be refunds. 7 and 4 will be a consolation double to be paid out. That's a 7 and 4 consolation double to come. Those having 4 Susie Brown on a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in that. Scratch 4, Susie Brown. Another late scratch from this quarter horse maiden juvenile. We're past due. Number 3, LM Lencha, has now been ordered scratched. 3 LM Lencha. Another consolation double. 7-3. 7-3, 7-4 will be consolation doubles. As with the 4 Susie Brown, after flipping in the starting gate, multi-race wagers on 3 LM Lencha now transferred to the post-time favorite. Scratch the 3 as well as the 4. Back at the gate to reload. TW, Cowboy first down. Back into the starting gate. Flash and Ferrari, 1, 2, 3. Again, she went in okay. Edson's Wagon. Cyber Beach. Back comes VRS Beach Please to take her spot in the starting gate again. Late scratches on 3, LM Lencha, and 4, Susie Brown. 3 and 4, both late withdrawals. CV Dynasty. Two more. Danny Martinez with Ruby's First Kiss. 250 yards over a fast track. For TW Cowboy first down at 6-5 is the final favorite of the day. Ruby's First Kiss. One more. DNA Political Zoomer, Wednesday post time 2:10. Last of the day. Ready for action. On the Tuesday finale. Fast away, Cyber Beach, TW Cowboy first down, nearest the inside, Flash and Ferrari, 1, 2, 3, 110 yards away, a bid by on the outside. Ruby's First Kiss, but it's Cyber Beach well clear from TW Cowboy first down, and VRS Beach Please. Cyber Beach was best of all the newcomers. Five, 2, 6, 7, 1 after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. 5, Cyber Beach first. 2, TW Cowboy first down second. 6, Ruby's First Kiss third. 7, Edson's Wagon fourth. 1, Flashin' Ferrari 1, 2, 3 fifth. 13.538. It's gone to Cyber Beach. Was best of the 8 newcomers. Once again, there were those late scratches on 3, Adam Lencha, and 4, Susie Brown. Stand by for those consolation doubles of 7, 3, 7, 4. Consolation doubles 7 and 5 for the pure double to close out the card. Result official. $5-2 exacta paid $42.20. 50-cent trifecta, $85.75. The doubles, 7-5 natural double, $160.20. 7-3 and 7-4, those are consolation doubles, both $14.40. Late scratches on 3 and 4. 10-cent superfecta, $69.96. Edson's Wagon was fourth. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, Flashin' Ferrari 1, 2, 3 was fifth. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned $333.05. The final pick 3 featured on the card was capped off by 5, Cyber Beach. Clock 13.538 seconds, fast track. The final pick 3 of the day returned $320.70. 10 with the 7 with Cyber Beach the 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 5, Cyber Beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Cyber Beach is a 2-year-old gray gelding by Cyber Monday out of All-Star Beach by Escondido Beach. Tim Eggleston trains for Buddy Presley. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Sherry Miller. Cyber Beach, best of all the newcomers, clocked 13.538 for the 250 fast track. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes on Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight.
Hey race fans, I'm Cody from Horseshoe, and I have the results here for the Jockeys Agent Contest. Congratulations to today's winner, Eric Gilada. Thank you all for playing in today's Jockeys Agent Contest, and we'll see you here next time at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
For action. On the Tuesday finale. Fast away, Cyber Beach, TW Cowboy first down. Nearest the inside, flashing Ferrari 1-2-3, 110 yards away. A bid by on the outside. Ruby's first kiss, but it's Cyber Beach well clear from TW Cowboy.